Hell yeah, I'm early for once. That's what's up. That's never happened before in the history of forever. Never been early to a morning stream, I don't think. To start on Twitch as well. Okay, and we should be live in just a second. I'm tired, don't get me wrong, but I'm live and I'm early for a morning stream and I probably sound like a psycho. So, I'm gonna drink this energy drink to help myself wake up and take my heart medication. It is Saturday. I just got up. Okay, where do we leave off? Nothing like a carbonated beverage. Not beverage. It's just an energy drink. Nothing like a carbonated liquid to wake up in the morning. So, where we left off, we had textured our rubber duck. Then after the stream, I went in and started experimenting with shape keys to figure out how to do that, and I actually implemented it into the game. So let me go ahead and launch real quick, show you what I got working, and then we're gonna redo it to make it look better. Although the current one that I have in Blender, I think looks pretty good. I'm sorry, I'm not just laughing at nothing. My brother posts these memes on Facebook. This one's pretty good. Would you walk by a $5 bill on the sidewalk? Of course not. And yet, that's what you're doing every time you pass by a dead squirrel. The tail can be sold to make fishing lures. The skull can bring up to $2 on eBay. The meat is worth a few cents as well. So if you're not picking up those dead squirrels, don't come crying to me that you're broke. Warren Buffett, very real quote from Warren Buffett. That's some solid life advice there. You're welcome. Okay, so we implemented the duck, and let me see if I can show you sort of what I have it doing. Hi, what's up, Stream Elements? How's it going? Welcome to the chat. Alright, so we have the rubber duck as a fist. That works. And then if I select my left controller, for instance, and select the duck, this is going to be hard to tell. But check this out. Okay. I'm going to rotate it like you would be punching. Playtesting VR games is so hard because you can't just use your controllers when you're sitting at the PC to look at things real quick. You have to like drag shit around like this. There's got to be an easier way, but I haven't thought of it. Anyway, if we hit start and the bomb shows up, watch the duck closely. If he hits stuff, he sort of, it's hard to see through the particle effect, but he squishes. Oh, Yeah, see? So like obviously you're gonna be punching this stuff. Like with the front of your hand. But I'm thinking about making a couple different shaped keys and choosing between them based on where your fist hits. Which is more work than it's worth, but I think it'll be funny, so why not? Which is the best reason to do anything. Oh man, we died. Anyway, as you can see, we spray water and shape key happens when we punch things. So let me show you what that looks like in Unreal Engine, and then let's work on some shape keys. And then, so today, I'd like to get 3 shape keys, 1 for each side of the fist. I can spell. People probably aren't going to be hitting with the back of their fist, but if we have a shape key for front, hammer and upper hammer, or uppercut. Uppercut is the same as punching, but punch, hammer, up. I think that'll cover most of our bases for shape keys. Then we'll query where the fist hits, and whichever point it's closest to, we will choose that shape key. It's kind of janky, but I think it'll be better than just having the one shape key. Cause like, what if you're doing a hammer punch on one of the hammer punch bombs? You don't want the duck to pop out this way. You want it to pop out that way. So we need a couple shape keys. So 3 shape keys, 1 for each side of the fist. Then let's do some sound effects. Duck quack. And then in addition to that, we need to implement ability for unlockable fists to have. Implement. Ability is not like the right word here. It's a feature, but we want to implement the ability for unlockable fists to have custom sound effects on punch. Sorry if I seem out of it. I'm a little bit tired. It's 7:03 a.m. What am I doing with my life? Okay, so shape keys, sound effects, finish water particle effect. Maybe have like a spread of color, and probably make the water particles smaller so that you can see the squishing a little bit better. And that'll be our main goals for this morning. What else? Anything else? I think that's it. Implement some extra function. Implement functionality is a better word. Yeah, because we want it to quack when we hit things, and we want that quack to be the sound effect that you hear that goes up in pitch when you hit things. So I'm thinking have the ability to have custom sound effects on each fist that change pitch when you combo, rather than using the same hit sound effect over and over and over again for everything. So not all fists will have custom sound effects, but some of them deserve it. I think the duck is one of them. Yeah, thank goodness caffeine was invented. Am I right? Okay, so here's what we're doing. I'll go ahead and save this as a new one, and we're gonna restart on the shape keys. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you. If you click on, you have to do this as a skeletal mesh. We're gonna need 3 shape keys on it, but you can, I can make them look pretty squishy, which we're gonna have the eyes pop out more than this, but you get the general idea. Okay, so what's gonna happen when we hit something? That means the head is gonna pop out and grow a little bit, and the eyes are definitely gonna pop out, but the body's gonna cave in. There's a hole on the bottom of him, so physically it doesn't make sense for any of that to happen. But you know, it is what it is. Okay, so in this new version, I don't really like how this one looks, because I feel like the head would rotate more like that way. So we're just gonna delete all of these shape keys in this new iteration. I'm gonna make some new ones just so y'all can see the process. Sorry, it's the early morning. Don't know anything about game development, but it looks fascinating. What's a shape key? So I have this 3D geometry. Let me turn off the wireframe because it's annoying. Also, hello, Furious. So I have this 3D geometry. I can add a shape key and then change this 3D geometry. So let's just say that I decided to change it to that. And now the shape key allows us to animate between those two positions fluidly. And you can also, in addition, since these are just translation values for the individual points of the geometry, if we set the maximum to 10, we can go past the shape key that we made. And then things get weird, but yeah. So the goal here is to make a version of the duck that looks normal and then a version of the duck when you're punching things with it, since it's an unlockable fist in the VR game. Also, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna delete this shape key, add a new one, and I think what we want to do, we definitely want to cave the body in some. That's real cool. Thanks, I appreciate it. Blender is, if you're ever interested in learning 3D stuff, Blender is really cool software and it's totally free to use. Would recommend. How are you? I am good. It is 7:07 a.m., so I'm a little bit tired, but that's okay. I told myself I was gonna wake up early and work on my game this morning, so that's what I'm doing. And then this is the, oh yeah, here's the other shape key I had in the game currently, but we're gonna make a new one that looks better. So this is the game. It's a VR game, so it's hard to demonstrate right now. I will put on the headset later, but it's a VR game where you punch things. And this is just, the rubber duck is an unlockable fist that you can use to punch things with. Okay. So, let me figure out the best way to do this. We want the head, I think, to sort of, it's like, I'm picturing like you punch, if this comes and hits a wall, this is gonna cave in a little bit, but I'm not too worried about that because the player's not gonna see that. But let's say the head's gonna definitely rotate down some. And it's probably gonna scale out. What was the software called? I'll just show you. So this is Blender. You can just go to blender.org. It's Blender like the kitchen appliance. And you can hit download, and it is 100% free to use 3D animation software. And then the game I'm making is done in Unreal Engine 5, which you can download from the Epic Games launcher, which is the same software that you download Fortnite on. If you're into that, which I am. My girlfriend and I play a lot of Fortnite. We play enough Fortnite to be subscribed to the Fortnite crew. Okay. So I think the head, and the cool thing here is if we don't like the results of what we do, you can just redo it. I feel bad for like all of the traditional artists from history that were working in like stone. Because if they make one mistake on their block of marble, they have to restart the whole thing. Fortunately, in software, we have an undo button, which is very convenient. Fortnite is a good game. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I agree. Been playing a lot of that lately. The only thing I don't like is the Reaper sniper rifle. It's a little overpowered. Alright, so we want the head to come down some. I need to just go in and I need to just do it. What's happening there? Whoa. What is going on? Oh, I have Snap on. Okay, that makes more sense. Alright, so now we want to cave the fist in a little bit. How many days are you in development? Oh god, I've been working on this for years. Off and on, not like consistently. I could finish this game in a couple months if I was working on it consistently, but it's been an off and on project for sure. I've been working on it in some form off and on since I restarted, mind you, but I originally started this game project back in 2015, I want to say. And I released it in early access on Steam for the Steam VR headsets. For $7. This was, yeah, so I released it in December 2016. So I guess I worked on it all through 2016. Released it in early access, was continuing to work on it, then had heart complications and had to have open heart surgery. Recovering from open heart surgery, not the best time to work on a physically active VR game. Then I got interested in streaming and started streaming gameplay and Fortnite and stuff. Then I wanted to get back into the game, so I started adding features, but realized that all of the software had changed a whole lot, the headsets had changed a whole lot, all the SDKs and things had changed a whole lot, so trying to continually update the old game wasn't working great. So halfway through 2022, I scrapped the whole thing and restarted specifically for the Oculus or Meta Quest, which is what I'm working on now. So brand new version of the game, completely new assets, new map, everything. Started in 2022. Have been working on it off and on, here and there, every once in a while. But I made it my goal for 2024 to finish and launch the game, which I'm very close. I just have to finish leaderboards, achievements, unlockables. Oh shit, my trailer's playing. And then I have to tweak the difficulty curve. That's the words I was looking for. And other than that, the game is currently playable. I just have to get the last few things done. So I have a list, I have a to-do list for my goal for this year, and that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, you have the lore. The rubber duck, Cedric, once punched a goose with his thumb inside his fist and broke his thumb. Now he has to relearn how to punch with his left hand, so he built a training device to learn how to punch with his left hand. Yeah, that's canon. Also, welcome to the chat. Okay, so I think if we move this in about this much, that'll look pretty cool. I guess we don't want to go too far because then it'll look unnatural, but also if we don't go far enough, the player won't even notice the hard work we put in. So I think that's pretty good. Then because of the principles of squash and stretch in animation, I'm not a programmer by trade. I'm actually an animator slash VFX artist. What's up, Jammer? How's it going? It has been a minute. Because of the principles of squash and stretch, if you squash something this way, it needs to stretch out this way because the volume needs to stay the same. So we're gonna have the wings pop out a little bit to compensate for that. So we'll put our 3D cursor right there. Select our wing. And then you'll also notice that we're gonna make the head a little bit bigger. I haven't gotten there yet. Too long. Yeah, I'll agree with that. I haven't been live over here in my in your defense. The 3D cursor there. I've been great. Life's really good. Let's see. I bought a house or a townhouse in 2022. Was it already 2022? Yeah. Yeah, it's already been over a year. That's right. So I bought a house in 2022. Adopted 2 cats last year. Year before last? 2022? No, also 2022. Yeah. Last year I started dating my current girlfriend, my awesome girlfriend, and she moved in right before Christmas last year. And she had 2 cats. I had 2 cats. Now we have 4 cats, which is pretty cool. Oh, life's been good. Just been getting out and doing stuff and living. Life's been really, really good. No complaints. How's life on your end? Alright, so if we rotate based on 3D cursor, now we can sort of rotate the wing out like this. Which we got a lot to compensate for here. Okay, so now if we punch, it'll look like psh. Yeah, probably even pull it out more, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and do the other wing. Actually moved. You live in Egypt now? Wow, that's pretty cool. I take it you've been to see the pyramids. Just something I've always wanted to do. This wing we can rotate out. Other than that, I've just been busy with school and art and stuff. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's good to keep yourself busy and do things that you enjoy. Life is too short not to. I mean, school is not something you enjoy, but the art is. I'd hope. There's better places to go see than the pyramids. That's fair. I guess like the thing that interests me the most about them is just like the scale of it. When you see something in person, it's really hard to portray that scale in a photograph. For instance, I went to art school in Savannah, and I'm not religious even a little bit, not even the teeny tiniest bit. But I went to go see the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist for a field trip or something, and oh my god, the scale of it. I can show you pictures all day long, but you just can't get a feel for the scale of it. Let me see if I can find some good pictures. Yeah, so like in a picture, it looks like a pretty building, sure, but you walk in and just like the massive scale of it, it's so hard to describe. It's impossible to describe. You have to see it to believe it. It just feels bigger than life. Which, again, I'm not religious at all, but the architecture, beautiful. And that's one of the things I actually really like about VR is you can portray scale so easily because it feels like you're there. Okay. Now we make the head a little bit bigger. I'll select this loop and up. And let's put the 3D cursor around the neck. Okay, maybe even select further up. Maybe like around here-ish and up. Just want to pop the head out a little bit. To say, hey, the air has to go somewhere. Go ahead and save. So now, I can probably scale this up a little more. Now when you punch things, the air sort of squishes into his wings and his head, and then we're gonna have the eyes pop out because that's fun. A good way to do that, here's a cool tip in Blender. If you go up here and select normal for your transforms, you can then, let me go ahead and set this back to the medium point. You can then drag along the direction of the faces that you have selected, which is pretty useful. Like so. So if you want to drag something along its local direction and the face is not rotated that way, this is an easy way to do it. But we want some of the eye, like that maybe. Oh man, that looks disturbing. Okay, we want the eyes to pop out a good bit because I think it's funny. Let's see. Maybe that much. Do the same over here. Probably, okay, so this goes out to almost this line, but not quite. Then we're gonna modify the shape of this, of course. Smooth it out some. Well, oh man, I selected too many faces. That's an issue. And I have unfortunately run out of caffeine, so I guess I better wake up. Okay, so you punch something and it'll pop out like that. Oh, I guess we want to... Oh, okay. Here's what's gonna... Since this is collapsing in and getting a little bit bigger, here's another thing we're gonna do. You gotta think about how this is gonna physically react. And I understand fully that I'm putting way too much thought into a rubber duck in a punching game. But I'm having fun, so don't take that away from me. Okay. So we'll have this sort of cave in and have this sort of expand out. Alright, so now that's looking good. And then let's work on the eyes now. We'll do individual origins. And probably just, oh, I know what we can do. We can select these. Scale them in. Probably turn off soft select. And then probably want to smooth this out some. So we'll go into sculpt mode. Save real quick. Smooth it out. I have symmetry on apparently. I guess that's fine. The symmetry is working pretty well. And then let's go ahead and inflate this at the end. I think we just need more loops, you know? Regardless. And then let's see what happens if we turn the max up to 3. Ooh. It's looking all right. Maybe have the eyes go out a little bit further. Because I can. Maybe move the wings out a little bit further. Change this back to median point and global. I feel like the head's not squishing in enough. Let's select that. And squish it in a bit more. I'm like, God, I don't want to go too far. I mean, I guess I can always change it if I don't like it, so. Alright, so that's shape key 1. This will be duck punch front. Okay, so now that's your thumb. So now we need a duck punch side. I'm waking up slowly. So now we have to imagine you're hitting like a hammer punch. So if this is the player's thumb over here, we want to programmatically, this might be a challenge. But that's okay. That's why we're here. We're here for challenges. So duck punch hammer. So we want this to stay about the same. I'm trying to picture how this would look. Go to sculpt mode. Can turn off our symmetry. Oh, we have to, if we're gonna modify a shape key, we have to actually turn it on. Oh. So let's like squish it in. And out. Oh man. Can bulge out the head and maybe pop out the one eye. Just a little bit. Something like that. Definitely pop out the wing. So let me select a little bit more of that. Here's a cool trick. If you set the 3D cursor to somewhere else, you can rotate around it without having to rig anything. So I can set the transform to the 3D cursor, rotate, and now the wing will rotate out the way that I want it to. Will the wing pop out when we hit it this way? You select a little bit more down here. Deselect all that nonsense. Back to sculpt mode. Drag this area in, this area out, make it more of a ramp. We can also sort of bulge some of this out, I think. We'll just add a little bit of volume here. Because the air has to go somewhere, you know? Alright, so this will be if you're hammering. Great choice of words. And then we'll need the opposite for if it's hit like upper. I did arms and chest yesterday, working out, so I am stretching a lot because it feels good. You know, I have a lot of fitness goals. Not a lot. I want to get back to a reasonable weight, but working out every single weekday morning, which has been pretty great. Do y'all have any cool goals for 2024? Not New Year's resolutions necessarily. I don't really believe in resolutions like that. Just like, is there anything you want to accomplish this year? Let's scale that one in. So it's back to median point. Smooth it out. You want to travel the world. That's a pretty cool one. I don't know why you're laughing your ass off at that. That seems like a great goal to do in 2024. Granted, expensive, but you know, a lot of things are. Soft select enabled. There we go. Maybe you'll travel to a couple places. Yeah, I mean, like, if you travel the whole world in 2024, then you don't have anywhere else to go, so I guess there's that. Just knock a couple off the list. I'm gonna select the head again. Maybe like here. And we'll rotate it. Here, I just want to see how the neck is deforming. Like so. Alright, so now we need to do duck punch up. And then we're ready to implement. And then I can always modify these shape keys later, as long as their names stay the same. If I re-import the mesh, it'll be fine. So now we have to picture the players hitting it like this, because they're dumb. Also want to go to the gym consistently for the whole year. That's a good goal too. I'm working out every weekday morning, but I've been doing this VR workout, which is really fun. And then lifting weights twice a week. But it's supernatural VR. So they have like fitness coaches in it that like sort of keep you motivated while you're doing it. But it's like they have like boxing workouts and they have these workouts that are similar to Beat Saber, but they make you do a whole lot more squats. So it's a really good cardio. And I'm also lifting weights a couple times a week. Which when I bought the house, I got an Amazon gift card as a housewarming gift from the realtor. And I used that to buy a workout bench, which was nice. And I've got some free weights, so I don't have a reason to leave my little office. Alright, so let's pretend the player's dumb and hitting from this side now. It's like, I don't know who's gonna like do one of these. This doesn't seem like a natural motion. Like that's natural. This, some people I guess just don't have a lot of brain cells. Yeah, I'm gonna turn that to 1. We'll go back into sculpt mode. We can sort of, so this is like them hitting from this direction, so it's gonna sort of squish and collapse around here, I guess. Have y'all ever gotten a cut on your knuckle? It's taken the longest to heal since you keep bending it. Alright, so let's put our 3D cursor like here and select. What's the objective of the game? To not die. So it's a really simple arcade game. I'm gonna sell it for like $5. Bombs appear around you and you have to punch them away before they blow up, and then there's also lasers and things you have to duck under, and then there's like different varieties of bombs that you have to punch. Like one of them you have to punch twice. One of them, when you punch it, it makes a bunch more appear. Then you can also hit targets for extra points when you punch them. And you can combo to get extra points. Where comboing is this, if you keep alternating fists. So I can just show you, I guess. Let me bring up the developer hub. Keep in mind, right now the difficulty scaling is way too easy. I need to make it get harder faster. One second. My microphone's off. Interesting. Whoops. That's the gist of it. You punch things before they blow up. Punch them away. So there's, and it gets, what all did I say while the mic was off? Damn. It gets harder as you play. It ends up being a pretty good cardio workout. I need to make it get harder faster, which is one of my to-do list things this year. Is work the difficulty curve so that it's not too hard for new players to pick up on it, but it's not too easy for returning players to get bored too fast. So then stretch goals, I want to add like boss fights that occasionally pop up, maybe at certain time intervals. And then I had an idea the other day, like maybe events, like where you'll be completely surrounded by bombs, like in a spiral or something, things like that just happen occasionally to keep things interesting. So yeah, it's a survival game. The goal is just to stay alive as long as possible and get on the leaderboard, like a classic arcade game, like Tetris or something, or Pac-Man. So I'm gonna sell it for $5 on the Oculus App Lab, and if people like it, I'll keep working on it. If people don't, I'm gonna move on to another project and make more things. I'd like to, after I finish this, I'd like to experiment with the Fortnite Unreal editor. And try to make some Fortnite experiences that don't suck, since the homepage is just littered with garbage. From people just like copyright infringing IPs and stuff. And fucking tycoon games. That's all anybody can come up with. Looks really fun. I appreciate that. I really appreciate it. I worked hard on this game. So I want this to pop out, and then I'll drag it all out. So I don't know why I'm putting so much effort into a stupid rubber duck fist, but I'm having fun with it. That's definitely a problem I consistently have in working on things. I'll get distracted by the dumb fun things rather than the important things. But today's goal is to do our 3 shape keys, sound effects, because I want the duck to quack when it hit things instead of the typical bomb effect, which is going to require some extra functionality we'll have to implement. And then I want to finish the particle effect when you hit things with the duck. So the duck fist is going to need a few different, this is going to be an interesting challenge. Which you wouldn't think it would be, because it's a stupid simple duck fist. Let's pop this eye out a little bit when we... Oh, wait a second. No, frick me. What am I doing? Yeah, that's what we were, this is the other side that's hitting. Wow, okay, mistakes were made. Oh, and then I'll also add some of the modes from the original game that I had, like there was a fitness mode where you could just set the difficulty yourself, so if you just wanted to hop in and get a good workout rather than having to go through the beginning stages of the game, you could just set the difficulty to maximum and just go for as long as you wanted with no consequences. So I'd like to add fitness mode back in. The head looks ridiculous. I love it. pop this eye out a little bit. Maybe not a ton, just a little bit. Alright, so we'll fix the head a little bit. As funny as it looks. We could even have it like sort of go in with the rest of the fist. Alright, so let's say you hit it with an upper. We'll go like that. And shape keys, I think, are cheap on the processor, so it's fine to have a few of them. Alright, so let's say you hit the bomb. I need to squish this in more, otherwise it doesn't make sense for it to pop out in the ways that it is. Horizontally. Then hammer. Then front. Cool. That'll work. So now can do file, export FBX. We want the mesh, selected objects, Z up. This is just stuff you learn over time. Face, do not apply modifiers because we want the shape keys. This is actually the left fist. And duck. Left. Skeletal. I think that's all correct. If not, I'll cry. It's fine. This was from pictures from a YouTube short I was working on about goals. Yeah, the goal is to try to grow my YouTube channel through streams and YouTube shorts and TikToks. Well, YouTube shorts and TikToks are basically the same thing, so that was redundant. I'm getting hungry. Just saw a Facebook post complaining about the price of the Apple Vision, which I agree. I'll probably stream until about 10 a.m. Eastern, and then probably get off and finish my YouTube short that I was working on yesterday. Shorts are a great way to grow right now, and I've successfully grown a few YouTube channels. Like to over 1,000 subscribers. So maybe not successful, but gotten them over 1,000, which is pretty decent. So I think I can manage that with shorts on this channel. Let's see. Documents. Game design. Punch Bomb Quest. Assets. Fists. Duck. Date modified, fist, duck, left, skeletal. Skeletal mesh, even though we don't have a skeleton. We want to import the morph targets. I think that's it. Import all. Yeah, that's fine. Duck left skeletal. So now we have our 3 shape keys. We can, with the negatives, we can actually add some nice squash, like some nice follow through. Have it sort of rubbery, just through animation, which is gonna be nice. Okay. So now on our duck fist, this is where we're gonna start doing some logic. Don't worry, no actual programming. I'm not a programmer. I can program, but I'm not a programmer. I'm more of an artist. Went to art school. So I use the visual programming language of Unreal Engine. Did not mean to do that. Okay, so we need to make an array of names. So we'll call this current morph target. Make it a name. We'll make this. We don't need an array, I don't think. Punch event. Okay, so we do have a punch location. Let me see. If we're actually passing that in. So on our character, whole lot more logic here. So that spawns our fist cosmetics. Begin play on component hit. Hit impact point. We are passing that in. Very cool. That's functionality I thought I was gonna have to add. Okay, so let's go back to our duck. We're gonna add a few different locations. So we have one at the front already where the particles spawn. Let's add one at the side. This one will be let's see, is this left by default or right by default? Oh, I'll just say arrow right. Oh man, this logic's gonna be harder than I thought because we're using the same fist object for left or right. So we have to calculate whether the fist is on the left hand, the right hand, or the left hand. This looks like my left hand to you all because it's mirrored. I'm getting hungry. I guess that happens when you are a human. Anyway, we want to put this under the root. And then we will add another arrow. This will be arrow left. rotate this 180 degrees on the z-axis. So these arrows are just useful for getting locations. They don't actually exist in the game. Like, you don't see them in the game. They just they exist, but they're just good for querying locations. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We are on punch. We don't want to spawn anything yet. So it's like, let's write some logic. This will be choose punch loc. This might be functionality you want to add to the base fists in general for their particle effects, but I'm not super worried about it for that. So here we will add an input, which will be a vector. A vector is just a point in space. It can also be a direction, I think. I'm not a physicist. This will be punch loc. Okay, so then we want to get distance from here. Let's see. Figure out distance between vectors. Oh, this does return a distance. What am I thinking? Okay. So we just want the float. So between here and our arrow, get low, get, ooh, that's a question. Does the location return a relative location for the impact point, or does it return a world location? I think probably world. We can look at the documentation for sure, Z's. I don't know how to. Let's just look at the documentation. On component hit Unreal documentation. This is part of development, is looking at documentation. That didn't help me at all. Damn, dude. I'm just gonna tweet it out on X or Twitter, as the kids call it. Hey, at Unreal Engine, UE4, hashtag UE. Hey, Unreal Engine, question. Does a hit Does a component I'm pretty sure it's world location. Does anyone know off the top of their head if this returns a relative location or a world location? I couldn't find it in the documentation, so I feel justified in tweeting that out on blast. Okay, anyway, let's we'll get the distance between those. Distance between it's not that hard to change if I'm wrong. We can just grab relative location instead. I'm pretty sure it returns a world location. It would be really dumb if it didn't. Oh my god, why when I type get world location and there's a perfect match, why does it want to highlight the other thing by default? That seems like an issue for me, I guess. Distance. Except we want it to be from here to there. So now we need to compare these three and figure out which distance is the shortest. Okay. To do that, I'm thinking a lot of game development is just staring into space dramatically and thinking about things. So that's what I'm gonna do. I feel like the thinker statue. We just watched Night at the Museum the other night. That was a good series. Oh, I'm thinking. So we want to do a branch. If the center is greater than this one, then the right, then we want to compare the center to the left. So if it's greater than the right, then if that's true, then we want to branch and ask if it's greater than the left. And if it's not true, then we want to branch and compare the right to the left. And that should give us all of our options. So, if the center is the greatest, let's make a new vector and call this particle spawn location. So if the center is the greatest, then we want to set the particle spawn location. Let's move all this over here to give us some more room. We want to set the particle spawn location to the world location of the center arrow. If it's not greater than the left, then we want to set the particle spawn location to the world location of the left one. And then actually, set current morph target to, what's it called? Duck punch front. And left. Oh, no. Then we have to do more logic. Then we... Okay, front is front. That's set. But for the left and right, we have to ask whether it's a left or a right fist. Have to go now. It's been very interesting. Definitely tune in. I appreciate it, Furious. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out. Because we're using the same fist object for the left and the right. Why do I make this hard on myself? Someone in the mail today. That was already delivered. Okay. So we can't just be setting morph targets quite yet. Let's go ahead and finish the particle spawn location logic. So if the right is greater, then we want to set particle spawn location to the right. I'm gonna go ahead and label each of these. This will be front, left, right. So the particle spawn locations will be correct on the right fist, but the animations will not. So then false means that we just go back to the left when we need 3 branches of logic here, not 4. No reason to add additional work. I'm gonna compile that real quick. Oh my god, I'm getting hungry. So now we need logic. Let's see. Left is false, right is true, I believe. I think left is my default, I want to say. Is that a construction script that we do? It's not. It's a begin play script. Let's drag our little ducky out here. Let's begin play. If it's left, then we do light left model. What's up, Mr. Atlas? How's it going? So if it's left, we grab the left model, but this logic doesn't matter for the Fist Cosmetic Master because we're using a skeletal mesh instead. Going good? Life's great. So if it's left and then we scale it, when really we should be scaling it on the right since our duck is inverted because I did this wrong. I'm doing great. Life's very good. Working on my VR game. Alright, so now let's make sure that logic is correct. Left. This seems complicated. It's not too bad. It's just picture it like a river that flows from left to right. This one looks complicated, I'll give you that. It's just a river of logic that flows left to right. We just say when the game starts on begin play, we ask, is it a left thing or a right thing? You're a 2D Unity dev and this looks like hell on earth. I find this a lot easier than C or C++ or C# personally, but I could go either way. I went to art school, so the nodes speak to me. If you look at it like a river from left to right, it's pretty much the same as coding. Things just happen one at a time. All right, so if we simulate Now this should be a left fist if it's unselected. That's correct. And it should be a right fist if it's selected. Cool. Alright, so that works. So we know that left, false, right, true. Is nodes the name of the voices in my head? That's Jeremy and Beatrice, not nodes. Okay, so back to this. We're gonna ask if, so right now, what I'm doing, since mesh physics are gonna be really difficult on a mobile processor, this is an unlockable fist that you can punch things with in the game. So I made a few different shape keys. One for if you hit it from the front, one for if you do a hammer punch, and then one if you do an upper hammer punch. So right now I'm querying the location of where the player hits and choosing the shape key appropriately. Do you punch the duck? So it's I could demonstrate. Go ahead and cast. Yeah, you punch with the duck. It's one of the unlockable fists you can get in the game for completing an achievement. Punch red. Alright, you get the gist of it. Be cool if the balls came fast and you need to destroy them in a matter of little time. Yeah, so they blow up if you don't punch them, so you have like a couple seconds to hit it, And then if you don't hit it in time, it blows up and hurts you. So the goal is to stay alive for as long as you can, and then it progressively gets more difficult. Need a squeaky toy. We're gonna add a quack. That's one of my to-do list items today. We want the 3 shape keys, 1 for each side of the fist. Then we're gonna implement functionalities for each customizable fist to have their own sound effect. Most of them will not, but a few of them, like the duck, will. So I want the functionality there for future ones. And then I want to finish the particle effect as well. So right now we're implementing the 3 separate shape keys depending on where you punch. And then, cool. So, let's get back to it. So if we have queried, looks really fun. I appreciate it. So if we've queried if the left or right arrow is hit, by default the duck is a left fist. So we want to branch and ask I'm gonna get the left right. Left is false, right is true. And we want to do this for each of these lines of logic. So we'll go ahead and duplicate that. Lots of if statements. This should cover every base. So I wonder if there's a good quack on story blocks. We can go ahead and look. Sound effects, quack. If not, I'll have to make one. What was that? It was allegedly quacks. I'm gonna search duck. Ah, there we go. Wait, why did duck quacking not come up when I searched quack? Oh, okay, one of those would be pretty good. That sounds... The squeaking is an option too, but I feel like that would get so annoying so fast when you're playing a game where you punch a bunch of things. Yeah, so currently in the game, when you combo specifically, the pitch increases with every punch. So I'm gonna go that route. So if it's left, geez, this is a mind bender. Okay, so the arrow's on the left fist. Set current morph target to hammer. You're an ideas man. And this is called duck underscore punch underscore hammer. Yeah, it's 8:29 a.m. for me. I'm in the Eastern time zone, and I woke up at 6 this morning, went to bed fairly early. Oh, that reminds me. Okay, that's taken care of. So, this is comparing Okay, so then, hey, I appreciate the follow, Mr. Atlas. You could never on a Saturday. Um, my girlfriend fixed my sleep schedule this year. So now I have trouble not waking up at like 5 or 6. And on top of that, my cats always get the zoomies at 5. She's upstairs sleeping in right now. I just find it easier to wake up in the mornings every day of the week if I'm doing so for work anyway, which I used to not do. I used to wake up early for work, stay up late, and just be miserable all the time. So being on a good sleep schedule has been great for my mental health. Alright, so if it's the right fist, it's gonna be swapped. So we'll do duck, punch, upper. And for front, we don't need to ask. We just set it to duck, punch, front. Because that's gonna be the same for both fists. At least it's good for you. Yeah, life's good when you have a consistent sleep schedule. It was hard to get up this morning. It's been, I don't know what time zone or what general region you're in, but where I am, which some people in the world would call me a baby for this. They'd be like, that's not cold. We're at negative a bajillion. But here, it is currently 14 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 10 Celsius. It's very cold. I've had to leave faucets dripping and cover my outdoor faucets because it's freezing. So waking up in the cold weather, very hard. Fortunately, heating and air conditioning exist. It's negative 13 in Iceland. Wow. Okay, so now we do, if it's for the right, if it's the left fist, for the right, if it's the left fist, we do upper. If it's the right fist, we do hammer. I believe that's correct. Then we get the particle spawn location and plug that in here. -3 is actually really good weather. Damn. Yeah, it's I'm used to it being like, so it gets really hot here in the summer, but like normally like fall weather or something, it's like 70 degrees. It's winter now obviously, but 70 degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius. So normally it's like 21 degrees Celsius here, which is super nice in the fall. But winter's a little brutal. I'd say around like 65 to 70 Fahrenheit is about my ideal. How aren't you burnt alive? In the summer here, it gets over 100 Fahrenheit sometimes, which is 37 degrees Celsius. You couldn't live? You think that's hot? I guess if it's always cold, you're just used to it. Yeah, so it gets really hot here in the summer and humid. Bro. Okay. So we want to animate between whatever the current morph target is. In summer it's like 5 Celsius and that's too hot for you. 5 Celsius to Fahrenheit, 41 degrees. Oh my God, that's so cold. Like, right now, because it's so cold outside, I have my heating set to 65, which is gonna be an expensive gas bill this month, which is 18 Celsius. And it feels nice. What's this do? There's heating. Do y'all have like, is air conditioning common where you are, like air conditioning or heating? Because I've heard in other countries than the US, heating and cooling are a whole lot less common. Like I've some people I knew visited Italy recently, and there was like no air conditioning at all. I don't know if you're being serious or not. It's just a air system set up in your house that lets you control the temperature. So I have like a thermostat on the wall that measures how hot it is, hot or cold it is inside the house, and then depending on that, you can change the temperature inside the house. You don't have that? Oh, interesting. So, if it's that cold outside, it's just cold inside too? You can't heat it up? Man, that sounds rough. Okay, so we want to choose punch location. Then once that's done, we spawn a particle location wherever it hits, and then play the timeline, choosing the correct morph target. So now the skeletal mesh do we have a construction script? Oh, no. Okay, so the skeletal mesh is going to be duck left skeletal. Have little furnaces that help us when it's like too cold. Okay, so you do have a heater of some sort. Like negative. Jeez, what is that in Fahrenheit? Negative 20 Celsius to Fahrenheit. -4. Oh my God. The negative 30 Celsius is negative 22? Holy, I would die. I would die. I'm pretty sure the blood in my body would just freeze. Turns on automatically when it's negative 20. That makes sense. We're like fish. Okay, this logic should now work. Let's try it. And I hope. So I'll play selected viewport. Speaking of Vikings, we just recently watched all of the How to Train Your Dragon movies. Those were, I had seen them before, my girlfriend hadn't. Very, very cute. Alright, so we'll take our left controller. And this is gonna be really hard to test not in VR. Also, I'm gonna turn the particles off for now. So we'll just bypass the emitter because we just want to see if the morph target's working. Then The main guy is very hot. I think I need to do my quest link to be able to properly test this. Let me turn on quest link and then VR preview. Also the blonde girl, don't remember names. It was Hiccup and Astrid. Higsty and Asturier. I think I pronounced that super wrong. Let me try to get this working in VR. I might have to reboot the engine. That was horrible. I tried my best. Oh, is it gonna work? Oh my god, why is this so bad? I might have to... Definitely gonna have to pause the stream preview here. I don't know why it's so gosh darn hard to playtest VR. You wanna jump off a cliff? Don't do that. Seems detrimental to your health. Oh, that's a picture of my brother that I was, he wanted me to, I'll show you. There is context here. He wanted me to make an animation of a folding airplane that he could use for a project that he's working on. So, and he wanted to be able to swap the texture out for an HTML document. So I animated the paper airplane folding and flying off. And since he wanted to be able to swap the texture out, I set the default texture to my brother. I don't know why my PC is running so slow all of a sudden. I guess Unreal Engine's probably eating up my GPU bandwidth. Oh, and then I was messing with transparency to cut it off, but so I had it fold up a picture of him. Looks like he says God bless America. I think he does it, he dressed like that ironically. Yeah, I think normally this renders a lot faster. I suspect Unreal is eating up my GPU bandwidth right now. That's a lot faster. Anyway. Paper airplane. Which is surprisingly difficult to do in 3D. I had to put a lot of thought into that. To get all the folds and everything. Anyway, I'm gonna close anything that might be eating up my GPU bandwidth. This was a pop-up from a YouTube short that I'm working on. 3D is too complicated for you. That's fair. I've been doing it for years and years and years and years. This was a funny meme. My brother likes to post memes on Facebook. This one was pretty good. Would you walk by a $5 bill on the sidewalk? Of course not. And yet that's what you're doing every time you pass by a dead squirrel. The tail can be sold to make fishing lures. The skull can bring up $2 on eBay. The meat is worth a few cents as well. So if you aren't picking up those dead squirrels, don't come crying to me that you're broke. Oh, that was pretty funny. Oh, what other things can I close to save bandwidth here? Did anyone? No one answered my locations question. No, I don't think he actually said that. It was definitely a parody account. I think I've closed just about everything that would cause issues. Let me relaunch the engine. You would cry. I'm gonna go start shoveling up dead squirrels. I am in Unreal 5. A lot of really good improvements from 4. Although I need to get the latest Oculus build for 5.3. I think there have been some good improvements there as well, allegedly. Not of sadness, of laughter. That's fair. Who would buy a squirrel skulls on eBay for $2? You'd be surprised. Oh, I need to replace the material here. Unless it's already correct. Looks like it's already correct. Fist duck mat. Is that what I'm using for the other ones? I suppose it is. Okay, now we can try a VR preview. Please work. I closed everything. Oh, now it's compiling shaders. Great. God damn, this does not want to work. Previewing in VR is super dumb. Never wants to work. Yeah, so there's this thing called that comes through town every once in a while called the Oddities and Curiosities Expo. It's honestly pretty fun to go look around. A lot of cool weird stuff that people are selling. Most of it's not really up my alley, but there's stuff like animal skulls and weird things in jars and stuff like that. So I could picture someone wanting to buy, yeah, like a skull. So I could picture someone wanting to buy a squirrel skull if it's displayed right, I guess. That's weird. I think it's cool. It's not, like in terms of buying the things, it's not really my cup of tea. Not stuff that I would display around my house. But I do think it's cool to go look around. I've gone the past couple of years. Because it's like it's a cheap, fun afternoon. How can I improve performance on the play-in editor? It's not even sensing my controllers, which is a problem. Gonna go eat. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out, Mr. Atlas. I appreciate it. Why is it not sensing my controllers when I do VR preview? Why is the VR preview so bad? Damn it. I think I know what I did wrong. We want the lowest distance, not the highest distance. Change my entire logic tree. Maybe wrong. Whoops. Big mistakes. Okay, so let's see. If center is greater than the left arrow, then we do front. See, that's where we messed up. We want the distance to be less. So if we change this to a less than, then our logic tree should be correct. And then same here. If our right arrow is oh wait, that's okay, if this is less than, I think we just change all these to less than and it should be correct. So if right is less than left, then we do right. Okay. I don't know why this takes so long and is so bad. There's gotta be something causing this. I do wonder if it's my capture card, maybe. I could always just build out to the quest. Playing an editor is so much more convenient, you know? But it doesn't always even want my controllers to work when I do play an editor. Yeah, it's extremely frustrating. Okay, the plan editor is just busted, it seems, for VR. Let me see if that's an issue anyone else is having. UE5 VR plan editor busted. VR preview busted. I'm also gonna restart my Oculus Link. Trying Airlink now. Forgot I can see things through the Quest 3 because All right, it's not perfect. It is working, kind of. Let's move the arrows. More like that. I suspect it not working is a result of it lagging so much too. Also, tone mapper 0. How do I turn? Turn tone mapper off UE5. Let's see, command to turn off tone mapper. Nope, that didn't do it. I hate the tone mapper. It makes it look bad. I don't have to worry about it on mobile, but when I'm testing in the viewport here, I wonder if I just turn it to Vulkan and try to play test. Will it play test in Vulkan or no? And will that crash the system because the particles don't seem to want to work in Vulkan? I might have fucked up. Oh, okay. Okay, so it technically works. Kind of. I wonder if it would work better. Also, this looks screwed up in Vulcan. Wonder if impact point would work better. What's the parent class for this? Parent class actor. What is this coming from? Oh. Oh. Cosmetics interface. That's right. So then under the pawn, we do the punch event on hitting anything, but on overlapping, We need the punch event to fire correctly. And for our duck, we want this whole thing to be done by like 0.35, I think. Actually, maybe make this like minus 0.2. Like have it wiggle. And then by a point, no, that's correct. Then we can add a key at 0.5 that's back at 0. How do I turn the fucking tone mapper off? Because this doesn't even apply to mobile, this is just for me testing. I want to make this boundless and then tone mapper. There we go. What else is eating up bandwidth? I don't know why I have multiple post-process volumes. Okay, found this. Tone mapper. Off. Off. Bloom. Off. Oh shit, it's past 9. I gotta feed my cats. I'll be right back. Okay. Where were we? Illumination's off. Lumen's off. And all this stuff is disabled, so I don't know why. It would matter. Really? God, fucking Airlink sucks balls. Just gonna plug it back in. We got a lot of errors here. And playing in editor is still an absolute pain in the ass. Alright, so let's make this 0.5 seconds long. No reason to have it at 0.75. Combo bomb on begin overlap. I'm sure there's a better way to test this. You okay, mate? Yeah, I'm good. I'm just trying to figure this out. I look deep in thought. Yeah. There's some issues with my current shape key setup that I just did. So, issue 1. Some shape keys are getting stuck transformed. Issue 2, not always playing the right shape key based on where you hit. Shape key it lets you transform geometry. So like, for instance, this is the fist that the player has equipped. When they punch things, it squishes and the eyes pop out. That's the shape key. So it transitions between 2 shapes. So I've got 3 different ones. One for if the player is punching from the front. One for if the player's like doing a hammer punch like that. And then one for the opposite of the hammer punch. And I'm trying to trigger them based on what the player does. It's not always triggering properly, and the play testing in the editor is proving very laggy. So I kind of have to rebuild out to should minimize editor. No, don't do that. I'm doing it the cheaty kind of way. I have a few different locations on the fist, and then whichever one of these locations is closest to the impact point, it triggers that shape key. Which maybe I need to move these up too. Yeah, because velocity would be difficult because it just depends on where they hit it. Because let's say to trigger one shape key, it would be this direction, this direction, this direction, this direction. That's relative velocity. That's an interesting thought. What relative direction is the fist moving on punch? Don't see why it would be tricky. Cause vector math. It'd have to be relative velocity. Because if we're just getting global velocity, let's say velocity compared to the forward direction. I don't know what the math would look like for that, and testing it seems hard. Hey, it's Hardest Man, how's it going? Forward vector. Forward x vector. Should be that way, I guess. Let's do some testing. Let's do a tick. I feel like you sleep so much on Saturdays since you need to catch up on sleep. That's fair. My sleep schedule is pretty much fixed at this point. I wake up at 6 every morning whether I want to or not. Based on up vector, if it's going to be shooting to the side. Okay, so we get the velocity. So how do I compare this? Do I subtract it? And first of all, let's see if the velocity works. Let's do a print. So x, comma, space, y, comma, space, z. Get the up vector. Alright, so let's just see if the velocity for the fist model is working. So we'll just do a play in selected viewport and move it around. I don't feel like getting out of my chair. That's fair. Yeah, if things aren't lined up. I'm doing good, TARDIS man. I'm going to Medieval Times later tonight for a friend's birthday dinner, so that'll be fun. Okay. This is where things get tricky. Punch, bomb, pawn. Grab our left controller, for instance. And velocity is not changing. Maybe you need the oh, we just need the yeah, I guess it wouldn't have its own velocity, so maybe get but this is attached to this is attached to the VR controller, so I need to get rid of the VR controller. Also, okay, cool. Well, we can try this. Could also just add a tick event to continually grab the location and then figure out the direction. Yeah, we could just grab the location on every tick. Ticking is expensive, but let's just see if this works first of all. The controller should just make it spawn in with the duck fist while I'm testing. So that's not working either. I accidentally grabbed the other fist. Here, I should do this on the standard fist. Just so I don't have to keep selecting the duck fist every single time. I'll just do it on my cosmetics master. Whoops. And then we only want to query the, let's just say the right fist or the left fist. Have to be simulating physics to query the fist. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's branch. We'll do left, right. If it's right, then we'll print the string. If it's left, we won't. That way, we get the vector reading on just the right fist. Which Since it's not simulating physics, like you said, shouldn't tell us anything. Sorry, allergies. So then every tick will want to store fist location. Want it to be an array? No, just every tick, just compare with the previous tick, right? Have like the previous 10 to 15. Do a jitter. I mean, it only matters. The jitter won't matter because I don't think because it only matters what direction it was moving when they hit. So it's only gonna grab one tick's worth of data, which I think it should be consistent. I think. Could be going backwards because of tracking. I guess it's possible. But we can just see if this works first and then switch it to an array and grab like just see if it works first and then refine. So you can just grab the can set this and get it. Oh no, but that's wrong. We want to do the math. Give me a second. My brain is moving slowly since it is morning. Just keep the vectors solid and get to... Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. World location. Set world location. At the end of it. Why am I doing this before the branch? Yeah. Get the world location, direction to the fist location. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the previous location to that. Then we print that. And then we set. Then we grab our right fist. So if it's going forward, so if it's going forward, it looks like the X is gonna be positive. If it's going technically useless until we compare it to, oh, you're right. Yeah, because the rotation's not gonna fucking matter. But it works. We are able to query the previous position versus the current position. So we know what direction it's moving. So then we need to compare that to the up vector. That's where it gets tricky for me, because vector math is always a really hard subject for me in school. In physics, vector math is what fucked me. It might look less consistent once it's attached to the VR motion controller, but again, if it occasionally chooses the wrong shape key, it's not the end of the world. It has no impact on scoring or anything. It's just a cosmetic. You just guess and get it right. So we want to subtract. We have this direction. We want to compare it to the up direction. You want the dot product? I wish I understood what a dot product is. Oh, cool. They have documentation for that. mathworld.wolfram.com/dot product. What was it? I'm just curious what it does. mathworld.wolfram.com. Dot product. Oh man, I didn't type it right. mathworld./.product.html. Oh my god, I hate vector math so much. Angle between the vectors. Dot product.
If you have a vector like this, and you do the dot product between these two vectors, what it's going to give you is the kind of the value right here, so this distance. So let's say we move this arrow, so instead of it pointing this direction, let's have it be like a really low angle, then the value is going to be even lower. So what's going to happen is that you have all of these different vectors, and the values you get as you go around this circle is that it's going to be, if they point in the same direction, the output of the dot product is 1. If they're completely perpendicular, the output is 0. If they're completely opposite, the output is -1. And it goes the same thing in the other direction, 0 here, and so forth. And then you get all the values in between. So it's not a perfectly angular one. So this one, for instance, is not going to be 0.5. This one's going to be a bit higher, like 0.707 something. So and so forth. But you're still going to get the gradient. You're going to have, 0.9 something here. You're going to have something lower here, like 0.4, and so forth. So what you get is a value that goes from 1, and then as you angle over here, it gets lower and lower and lower. So this is super useful to have a value for how similar two normalized vectors are. So
if we're doing the top vector then left and right and forward would all be 0 for dot product, right? If it's perpendicular? Although I guess it wouldn't be 0, 0, 0. We know the direction. All right, dot product. Between the direction that it's facing. So we have the direction that it's moving in the world. Now we need the direction that it's facing. For that, we can get the fist model. Get rotation. Get forward vector. Probably up, right? Because forward is on the X, which is sideways. And then we print that. To figure out which direction it's moving. Currently 0. We grab my controller. Okay. I need it to be accurate. I need to know which direction it's moving, whether it's going that way. Whoops, did not mean to start the game. That way or that way. I need left, right, and... Fuck off. I'm gonna... grab this, move it over here so I'm not messing with anything. I have the world direction. I have to compare the relative direction with the world direction, or the direction it's facing with the world direction. Because if I do... just do unit direction again. up direction to the world direction. I guess we can try it. See what numbers it gives us. As long as it's consistent. This is why I did the commas. Well, it's not moving at all. It should be 0. Okay, so... Wouldn't we want to compare the rotation to the direction? I don't know. This is why I was doing it the cheaty way, because vector math hurts my brain. I need to change the transform. To local. Just add an arrow that points in the direction of the vector. So I've already got an arrow, because that's where the particles spawn. Oh, maybe not here. That's on my other fists. I guess it's not on the master. And can't we just compare the object's world rotation to the direction vector somehow? Can we compare the object's world rotation to the direction vector? So like if we got the direction it's moving now is not local, it's world. It's global, because it's calculating the world location every tick. So we know which direction it's moving in the world. So if we know what direction it's moving in the world and compare that to the rotation of the fist in the world. I don't know how to compare a vector to a rotator though. My cat is meowing at the door. Be right back. This one comes and meows and scratches at my door every morning when the robot vacuum is going. Don't you little punk. She's purring. Okay, nothing to be scared of. It's just a robot vacuum. And my other cat just darted down here too. When they're not supposed to be down here. There's too many wires and things that I need to organize. And he's a little agent of chaos, so I need to go make sure he gets out of here. Chowder! There you go, little punk. This is the other one. He looks cute, but he's an agent of chaos. Alright, buddy, you get to go back upstairs. Okay, interesting. So you get when you use unrotate vector. These are things I didn't know existed. So we take our direction and we take the world rotation and we return that. Sorry about that. Let's just see what the numbers say. And can we get a consistent result? Interesting. That's giving up and down is giving us the exact same result as is forward and back. Oh wait, but negative. All right, let's see if that still applies. Ooh. I think that works. So let's rotate it this way. The negative is forward, it looks like. Let's rotate it around and see if that stays true. Stays true. Negative is forward. Cool. Yeah, Y is forward and back, and then it looks like X is left and right. And then Z is going to be up and down. Cool. That will give us the results we want. So let's copy this over to the duck and do some comparisons. Or let's get the whole thing working first to swap between forward, back, etc. Because this looks like a bunch of spaghetti right now. Yeah, we'll do the absolute value to figure out whether it's going left, right, or forward, and then just compare absolute value of the X and the Y to pick whichever one's greater, and then negative is, let's figure out which direction is negative, but yeah, cool. So we'll compare the left, right, and forward to figure out which absolute value is greater, to figure out which direction it's moving more in. Because what if they're going diagonal, for instance? And then choose based on positive or negative from there. And then back doesn't matter because I don't have a shape key for that. So, because I don't think anybody's gonna be trying to hit things like that. And if they are, that's on them. This is a cheap $5 stupid arcade game. Forward, I care about most. Forward's the more important one. Okay, so this is our math. Oh, first we have our branch statement. Just to make sure it's only going on the right fist right now for testing purposes. We're only going to put this on the duck fist eventually. Let's just get the whole logic working. Happens at the end. This is irrelevant. These are irrelevant. All right, we have the number. Then we compare. Oh my god, my cat won't shut up. She's very cute and I love her, but she won't shut up. Alright, I need to delete that, split the struct pen, then we compare x and y. Then we ask, is y greater than x? Is the absolute value of y greater than x? And we branch. If that's true, then we know it's going forward or backwards. So we'll just say forward since that's the only shape key we have. So if y is greater than x, then we print string forward. And then if it's not, then we take the x and ask if it's greater than, if it's negative or positive, is it greater than 1 or greater than 0? If we branch, if it is greater than 0, then I might have this backwards. I think it's going right. Okay. No, currently it thinks it's going right. If it's just still. Okay, so let's put this into context of it being flat like so. And now it's going left. It's going forward. Oh, right, left, right, left, right, forward. Cool. It looks like it mostly works. And if it's not the right shape key every time, again, it's not the biggest deal in the world. It's a cheapo $5 VR arcade game where you punch things. Alright, so now, left. It's getting forward too much. Because this should be... There shouldn't be any. That should be forward. That should be right. Oh, shit. Yeah, we're not setting... That makes sense. We weren't setting the fist location. Yeah, that checks out. Let's try that now. And now things is going left. Let's rotate you. So that should be forward, forward, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, forward, forward. Let's rotate it. It's a lot more responsive now too, which makes a whole lot of sense. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Awesome. Hopefully this isn't too expensive to do on a mobile chip for 2 fists. Cool. All right, that works. Logic works. We have our branches. So I can just copy paste this into the duck fist. And it should work. Currently taxing physics at 120 hertz and have 700 FPS on PC and 200 plus on mobile. Wow. That's pretty wild. Okay, so this should all just natively work on the, and I'll have to, default scene root should already be an object on the duck too. So we'll copy, oh, we're gonna have to add the fist location variable. Oh no, because that's gonna come from the master. So we can copy this, go over to our duck fist, paste this, plug it into the tick. Yeah, when it's not being, when the player doesn't have that fist selected, that object doesn't even exist. The object on the table is a completely separate actor from the one that's on the fist. Oh, we don't need the branch anymore. So we want to do this for each fist. For whether it's left or right. Need a second fist vector. I'll just switch, I'll just reverse. So like, let's say it's the right fist. If it's going left, it'll do that. Yeah, each fist is independent. It's its own independent actor. So then we'll just reverse the shape keys, whether it's left or right. Okay, so we're going forward. Oh my god, my cat won't shut up. Oh, if I let her down here and just, oh god. Put a random name in the key. I'm gonna get rid of the print anyway. say yeehaw. Did I do... Okay. So we want our so these comparisons are correct, and then we want to set a switch or something. And we can just do an integer. 1 forward, 2 left, 3 right. Could also do a numerator, I guess. That seems heavier than an int, though. So forward, set direction to 1. Let right, set direction to 3. Don't forget to set to 0 at the start of tick. I think we always want it to be the previous one. And it's a motion controller. The fists are going to be constantly moving. So I'd rather have the wrong shape key than no shape key, I suppose. And then here, we can get rid of most of this logic. Oh, you know, we can just set our little name on tick rather than on choosing the punch location. Setting a name's probably cheap, right? So we can just set which morph target we're going to choose up here rather than having a whole second event. So forget the integers. We can just say front and then left, right, upper, and hammer. Although it's going to be reversed for one of the fists. So for left, right, oh. Then we'll just branch. Thought he was doing a rabbit too. I guess like in the long scheme, I could add additional ones, but I feel like most people are gonna be punching, hammering, or uppering. I don't think they're gonna be like, They might. That's not my problem. That's what you're talking about, the double dots. What's rabbit? I thought I was doing rabbit. Okay, so if we're moving right and the fist is the left fist, if we're moving right, the fist is the left fist, then we want to do upper. If it's the right fist, we want to do hammer. If we're moving left and it's the... Oh, like slapping on the head? Oh, just like that? I guess we could add that in. Hey, how's it going, Malda? We're trying to figure out how to... We're almost there, determining the direction the fist is moving relative to how it's rotated, so that I can choose the proper shape key for my rubber duck. This is so much effort for something no one's even gonna use. Okay, so now let's say we are the left fist moving left. We want to do the hammer. And if we're the left fist moving, if we're the right fist moving left, we want to do the upper. This should now work. And I can probably turn off, and that's only... Now we can keep the prints on. That way in VR I can find out. Let's see if it works. Note that playing an editor is a whole lot slower than... Oh shit, I still have that hooked up on the main fist. Let me turn that off. We don't want any ticks on the master fist. The play-in editor is a lot slower than building out to the headset, just because I have a lot of Chrome open to keep up with my streams. I am streaming on a streaming PC, so that's not eating bandwidth. Did I not go forward rendering? I did. It's just playing in editor. I think you have to go forward rendering for the Quest. It's just slow for some reason. Playing in editor probably because all the shit I have open. And for some reason, it's super buggy. If I don't have the headset on while I boot it up, then the fists don't track. Haven't done much VR testing, to be fair. It is a pain in the ass, would not recommend. This will come up in a second. It always freezes too. Yeah, look at our duck. It did compile. The default scene root is correct. Let's see if it works outside of VR. Maybe the print's just not updating. Oh, I just hit VR test again, I think. Maybe? So I'm not... No, the default scene root is of the, it should be... It should just be the... It's the root of the object. Of the actor. Okay, let's grab our fist and grab the duck. It always thinks it's going forward. No! Did I fail to set things again? Oh! I didn't add a fist location variable. Oh wait, no, it's part of the master. Yeah, that exists. It's part of the master. Otherwise it wouldn't compile. What am I doing wrong? So, this is the Fist Cosmetics Master. And then we have our default fist, which was working correctly. So let's look at our standard fist and see which direction it's facing. It's facing the exact same direction as the duck. When I attach the actor, have I rotated anything? That's a good test to do. Let's disconnect from the duck's tick. And put it back on the main fist. That's all correct. If it's on the main fist. Did I fuck something up when I transitioned? I'm attaching the actor. I'm getting the root of the actor for the location. I'm wondering if I just didn't copy something properly. That's irrelevant. Curious. The only difference is the string key. Let's see if it stays correct and up to date here. On the master. It does. Master fist giggity, I missed that. So that's all correct. Let's go back to our duck. Once I figure it out, I'm gonna feel really dumb. I'm pretty sure I'm not adding a rotation, because if I was, the tick on the master would be wrong when I switch fists, because the master is just the parent class for each of the cosmetics, and the old cosmetic gets destroyed and the new one gets made every time you select a fist. And if I put the code on the parent class, then when I switch fists, it still works. Is there something I'm missing here on the duck specifically? Just double check the rotations. Right, if I disconnect this, I'll show you what's ticking. So we'll break the tick on the duck. We'll put it back on the fist master. That sounded gross. That sounded kinky. So we'll also print the name. Get actor name. How do I get the... Oh, print self. Oh, get reference to self. Okay. Object name. do colon space and then forward. Right. Left. Yeah, so standard fist is what it currently is. It's going left, right, forward. So now if we swap, you'll notice the object name changes because it destroys this current one and creates a new one attached to the fist. And now, oh, it's not printing at all now. Interesting. This should be on the master. Oh, I think I disconnected the, yeah, I disconnected the parent tick from the duck. Whoops. So, without any ticks on the duck other than the parent, it should give us the duck when we select the duck. Which should tell us that it's not, changing the transforms or anything. So now forward, fist duck is going forward, left, right. So it is an entirely new actor, which means that the rotation's not being fucked with. I accidentally selected the fist instead of the controller. Which means I'm missing a connection here, probably. Oh. I think I figured it out. Yeah, I'm missing one of the absolute values for comparison. Okay, that makes sense. This seems so annoying to troubleshoot. Ah, it's all part of it. And it's usually something dumb like that. So now if we connect that and disconnect the master tick, when we select the duck, the direction should be correct. Which means we should finally have the proper shape keys selected. If we select the duck, okay, now we have directions. So let's rotate it the way it'll be oriented in the game. Also fun, but annoying at the same time. And so left, right, forward. Okay, that works. So now let's test in VR. I'm gonna go ahead and put the headset on so that the controllers will track. Do a VR preview. God, I love the MR of the Quest 3. Controller is not tracking. Oh, there we go. You. It is choosing the correct one, but then it's sticking. It's not finishing the event. And there's an easy way to fix that. The eyes pop. Yeah, I'm gonna change how much the eyes pop out to a little bit less. You wish all VR headsets had that instead of making you look at the roof in a goofy way to peek below the headset. So it is picking the correct one, but it's getting stuck in the timeline for some reason. So to fix that, at the beginning of the timeline, I'm just gonna set all the shape keys to 0. So duck. Find our timeline. Or we can just make an event that sets all of our shape keys to 0. Just add a bit to the lerp. Oh, I have it going all the way to 2 instead of 1 as well. So we lerp based on this. It goes up to whatever lerp value, then negative a little bit to rebound, and then back to 0. Hey, what's up, Sean? Or Tuxie, sorry. Just waking up. I feel that. I don't feel that. I woke up at 6. What's the remove 0 weight function do? I'm gonna look that up in the documentation. Is that what's happening? Last tick is being missed because of the finished, most likely. Really? Yeah, it shouldn't get stuck so far then. Because even if it's the last tick, it should be closer to 0 than it's ending up stuck at. My question is, if you play a timeline from the start and then another hit happens. No, because it was getting... Because I'm wondering if it's picking up on 2 collisions, potentially. So maybe we lock it behind a do wants gate. And then break the do wants gate with the finished on the timeline. I'm curious if that'll fix it. Expect to reset after 0.5 seconds. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's calculating hitting twice and it's interrupting the first one so it doesn't finish. Like, can you have 2 of the same timeline going at once, or does it restart and not fix the value? We don't need this choose punch location event anymore because that was just doing what our vector math is doing. It restarts. It's a single timeline. Yeah, so if it restarts midway through, then the old shape key stays here, and then it chooses a different shape key for the next hit, I think is what's happening. So I think we do wants until the timeline's finished. Try that. Might honestly be faster just to build it out to the headset every time rather than playing an editor. Because now the controllers aren't tracking. There we go. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Every single tick of the timeline, it's choosing the current morph target. The morph target's changing on every tick. Motherfucker. So I need to set the timeline morph target before the timeline plays and not modify it. Okay. Timeline morph target will not necessarily be the current morph target. I see. It works now. We did it. High five, team. Thanks for all the help. Congrats. We got one minor feature that doesn't even matter done. Good stream, team. Okay, now let's work on the splash particles. Go ahead and save everything. I'm just gonna make them smaller because they end up a little big in game. I haven't messed with Niagara in a minute. Because it's been a while since I've worked on this game. Sprite size. That's on update. Initialize particle. Let's set this down to like 5. Maybe even 4.5. And then set the initial burst to be a little bigger. Maximum, let's set it, or a little smaller. Let's set it like 25. There we go. 25 to like 125. Looks pretty good. Okay, so now on our duck fist, we can re-enable the particles on punch, which will plug in here and here. And then we'll do a build to quest 3. And then I'll just cast. When it builds and it's running alongside the editor, it always crashes the first time, but then when I launch it from the headset, it works. So that's a weird issue. So it'll get stuck on Unreal Engine. I'll exit out and then I'll reboot it and it should work. It works. Not sure why no particles. Beggars can't be choosers. It is past where I wanted to be working on the game, so we'll get back to this on Tuesday, I suppose. When I can stream again, because I have some YouTube stuff I need to finish editing this morning before lunch. Maybe a little after lunch too. I just have to add sound effects to it. But I will be back on Tuesday. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for all of your help, Pixel Shake. I really appreciate that. I would have continued trying my dumb method had you not popped in this morning. So have a good rest of your day, Sean. Have a good rest of your day, Pixel Shake and Malta. Yeah, I'll hit you up, Sean. Bye.